guys, and welcome back to the animation space. I am so glad to have you guys around. Thank you for tuning in today. I know it's been quite a while since I got on. Finally got my stupid scheduling question finally down pat. It's not changing again. So we're good to go. Woo! I am so glad to have you guys here, and what is up? How's things been hanging? It's been so long since I've been able to see and talk to everybody, so talk to me. Tell me what you're up to. I know right now I am currently working on our new video game called tsuki no usagi. Yes, I have terrible Japanese pronunciation, and I know that's really weird since I'm the one who named it, but it sounds a lot better than the Americanized or English version, which is Moon Bunny. This game is going to be a kids game, and it's about this bunny right here who wants to become a moon bunny. A moon bunny is somebody who basically is the guardian of dreams. And throughout the game, you will have to help save the storybook characters from a bunch of things called the Sorrows, or their leader, the Nightmare. And throughout this, you'll learn lessons, you'll get to play music, just a little bit of everything. You'll get to see a little bit of how I go about designing a pitch deck, which is highly, highly important for anybody who wants to be in animation, or they want to, what do you call it, get into video games or anything like that. So this will be a little bit of a learning curve. If I go quiet, it's simply because I'm doing work and I'm waiting for you guys to chit chat, holler at me. You know, you guys got any issues, you would just want to talk, let me know. I know personally as an artist, I tend to have a lot of issues with anxiety, depression, and just, well, as my therapist likes to tell me, my life is chaos more than 70% of the time, which is one of the reasons I sometimes have a hard time getting on to stream. But, you know, any questions, anything like that, let me know. Just happy to wind up being here and listen to anything you guys got to say. So, with that being said, let's get started. So, you guys are a bit lucky because I had to start my pitch deck over again today because all of the paperwork that I have been doing for the last 3 days decided to corrupt itself. So I do have some of the information left, but basically we're doing it all again. So this is the cover that I wound up making for it, obviously. I think it looks okay. The next part that we will be doing on here is going to be adding the game title, which I know it's on the picture, but it when you're doing a pitch deck, it's always good to basically stupid proof the heck out of everything. Not because the people who are reading it are stupid, just because of the fact that it's kind of that quick look, go back to type of deal, just kind of the go-to, if you will. So we will put this up to 24 and bold it. And a lot of what I'm doing right now is just going to be like, this will be document version 1. Because, well, technically this is document version 2, but because this is just stuff that wound up getting deleted rather than I'm making actual changes to it, it's still number 1. Now, if I go back and I have to make any alterations to anything of the, what do you call it? Basically, if I have to make any alterations to it at all, period, I have to create new versions for this. And for me, I don't particularly care if my name's out there because it's already out there anyway. Let's see, point of contact. I don't really need to do that. Date of publishing. And we're going to backdate this because this was when the original document was written. It just decided it didn't like me. Smaller stuff. Now, we will get to some artwork and stuff today, but it'll be a little bit later on. A lot of this is going to be organizing, which is why I said just chat for today, because God knows, this is the most tedious part of my job that drives me absolutely bonkers. And I really hate doing paperwork, so. And yes, I have this up on another screen, so. Templates are good. What is today's date? Well, would you look at that? Looks like I don't have quite as much to redo as I thought I did, which is awesome! I still have quite a bit of paperwork to do, but at the very least. almost forgot to turn my mic back on, go figure. So how's everything been going? What is up? I know right now I am working on Tsuki no Usagi. It's our new video game. I am super duper excited about it. And if I can ever do this properly, these are... I'm having to do... I'm not well, to be honest, but how are you? I'm not doing too bad. I know it's been pretty, chaotic for me the last couple of months. So what's got you, not feeling too hot right now? I'd be happy to talk to you about it if you want to. Otherwise, I can just babble. I'm pretty good at that. I know for me in particular recently, things have been a bit over... Oh, you lost your aunt to COVID? I am so sorry. I know that really doesn't help too much, but, you know, I'm not really sure what to say with a lot of it. I know I recently found out that I wound up losing one of my, one of the people who really helped me out when I was in high school. I used to babysit his kids, and he wound up getting pneumonia and went into a coma and passed just this last Friday. So, I definitely understand. It's not the same, that's for sure, but it's hard. Like, the closer you are, the harder that it is, and I don't know, for me it always just kind of feels like it's left a hole that can't really be filled by anybody else. One of the things that I found at least helps a little bit is, as hard as it is right away, sometimes taking the time to remember some of the good stuff that wound up happening with them. I know, for example, with the gentleman that I wound up losing, he, one of the things that always made me laugh about him and everything else was the fact that he was the silliest dad I have ever seen in my life. His wife used to have to drag him out of the house for their date night because of the fact that she wanted to go on a date and he wanted to play with the kids. Like, it was the funniest thing I had ever seen. And it wasn't just like that sometimes, he really was like that all the time. And it just, I don't know. I guess being able to take the time to cry and being able to be okay with expressing that hurt. You don't have to be chipper about everything. You really don't. Even remembering the good things. I'm like almost tearing up right now just remembering the happy stuff. But you know, I don't know. I guess that's my only advice, is just doing the best you can with it. If you want, you can go ahead and tell me some stories. I would love to hear some of it. Or you can rail at the world with me. I know I've done a lot of that. I think one of the hardest things that being the one left behind brings about is the fact that the world keeps turning and you think it should stop. I'll give you some time to write down any stories that you want to tell, and I will go back to putting the stuff underneath this. My aunt taught me how to be a lady, sewing and all that. She was one of the only people that showed me love instead of just telling me they loved me. It's hard to accept that she's gone. I'm sorry. I'd give you a big hug right now if I could. Air hugs! when you lose somebody like that, it leaves a space that you can't ever fill with anything else. And I mean that honestly. And yeah, I'm tearing up just at the bit of it. But here's a way of looking at it that has always helped me. And it's that hole that's left behind, it shows how much you loved and cared about them. It's the space that will always be there. And it means they're never really gone. I believe in a next life. Whether it's Christianity or whatever you want to talk about, I do believe there's something on beyond what we see right now. Because, at least in my view, nothing in this world ever really ends. It changes, it shifts, it turns into something different. But I've never seen anything just completely cease to exist or stop. So, I won't go into religion of any sort, but that's what I look at. And since that's how I look at things, it means that the people that leave us behind, it means there's a good possibility we'll be able to find them again. It won't be the same, most likely, as what we have now. It'll be different, it'll change. But the people whose lives that touch us the most, I don't think that they would come into it if they weren't meant to be there. If it wasn't to show us, to teach us, to give us hope, to be that thing to hold on to. And for me, at least, I like to believe that even if they're not with us now, those lessons, those things, there's still the hope that you can hang on to. And that's just my take on it. I mean, grief, there are so many stages to grief. And sometimes you'll go round and round in circles with them. God knows I do. Where you'll be okay, and then you'll be sad, and then you'll be depressed, and then angry because you were left behind, or angry that they're not there. And then you'll go back to being depressed, and maybe you'll find a little bit of happiness. Eventually, even though that hole won't necessarily fade, time will give you some space from it. And there are people out there who care about you. I mean, sometimes the people that love you just don't know how to show it. And sometimes they don't realize that you're only hearing words, you're not seeing it. And that doesn't mean you're not alone. I mean, that doesn't mean you're alone. It means that there are people out there that truly, honestly, might surprise you and care about you. And there are so many more people out there that if you reach out and talk, like the way that you talk to me, I can tell you right now that I care. It's why I get on here. I love to see people who wind up being happy, sad, angry, whatever you want to call it. I like to feel connected to people. So, I may not know you. Not well, anyway. Not yet. But I do care. So, I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on it. Take it, leave it, you know. It's, as my therapist always told me, it is what it is. And I guess that is all that it is. Life sucks. But sometimes you get a few laughs out of it. I know one of the things that I always thought was some serious bullshittery is the fact that although it makes sense that you have to know sorrow to know joy, the fact that you have to know sorrow in the first place, I find to be some serious bullshit. Can't I just be happy? I mean, it makes sense, but damn it. I don't know. Like I said, one time she told off my father for not picking me up from school. It was 2 blocks from her house, so I walked to hers. My parents were furious, but after getting there, my aunt helped me with my homework and told me stories of her life. After that day, it became a sort of habit to walk to her house. Even after high school, she'd invite me for tea and to see what was going on. Even after my family disowned me for being bi, she never turned on me. That is so sweet. Your aunt sounds like the type of person that I love to hang out with the most. And those memories are some of the best things and treasures that she could have ever given you. And I guarantee you, they were just as important to her. And I'm sorry to hear that your family disowned you because you were bi. But, you know, sometimes family is the people around you that you choose to make your family, not the people who are blood related to you. Sometimes blood related relations can be some of the worst people, and you know what? It's just a matter of being okay with yourself and accepting that. And it sounds like your aunt was one of the people who was definitely, that you got lucky with being able to have both, of being blood related and being the family that you choose. Thank you for talking to me. I'm calm now. Sorry for dumping all this on you. You're a very kind person. Oh my god, no, it's all good, seriously. That's why I'm here. There is someone called Solar Plexus who gets on to Twitch a lot. And she does the same thing for me that I just did for you. And it's actually part of the reason that I started the Just Chat, to be able to talk about stuff like this, because she's helped me get through some really, really crappy times, and I wanted to do the same for other people, because just, I don't know, pass it on, share it. I figure if you can help at least one person during the day, then you're better off than about 90% of the world. But again, that's just my take. I'm also known to be absolutely batshit crazy, so I mean, I got a lot of pushback when I started, I wanted to become an animator. My parents were extraordinarily against it, to be an artist of any sort, and I think an art teacher that I had in high school that wound up telling them that I would never be a good enough artist except for to be a basically preschool art teacher or an elementary school art teacher, and that was all I was good for if I wanted to become an artist. And of course that scared the ever-loving piss out of my parents, because no parent wants to hear, oh, your daughter has dreams of becoming, an animator or something like that. Oh my god, she's gonna fail right out the gate. So my parents pushed me into the military so that I would have extra skills to help me throughout my life. Now, the military was an experience. We're gonna put it as an experience. It wasn't good. Some of it wasn't bad, but it certainly gave me something to think about, that's for sure. I walked out with a blown out back, PTSD, and quite a few breaks and fractures. But at the same time, I learned a lot from it, including I don't give two flying monkey butts whatever anybody else winds up saying when it comes to the things that I really want to do or accomplish. That shit is so is fun, so no worries. And oh dang, yeah, it was definitely something else. It did teach me a lot, though. Again, one of the things that I learned the most from that particular experience was just, if you want it, go for it. And to be comfortable with who you are. Because the only person that you will ever have to answer to in this life is going to be yourself. Anyone else you can lie to. Anyone else you can make up every excuse under the book. But the only person that you can't run from is yourself. And because of that, no matter how much I tried, and I will tell you, I tried really damn hard to run from myself after the PTSD. Actually, there was a few people I tried to run from. I only succeeded partially with one, and, well, he's back in my life again simply because of the fact that there are some times when you just give up. Fate is going to make it happen regardless of what you want, how you want it, or whatever good intentions you had of keeping them out because you were afraid you were going to hurt them because of the PTSD and everything else, like emotionally and all that jazz. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. It's a lie. Don't try and run. 1, you'll regret it. 2, it's a pain in the ass. 3, it isn't worth it. It's never worth it. So, that's just my 2 cents for the day. Well, wait, I gave you other advice, so would that make it 4 cents? Maybe it's 4 cents. By the time we're done, you might have $1.50. You'd be rich. But, yeah, no, life is a crazy mess that's a burning ball of napalm fire. And there is not a damn thing you can do to stop it. So I figure, what the hell? Let's put on sunglasses, eat popcorn, and watch it come closer. I did have quite a few good experiences with the military, though. I got to be deployed twice That was amazing. I loved it. I got to go to Kyrgyzstan. I got to go to Kuwait. I got to see things that just were breathtaking. I got to be a part of a host national dinner that allowed, oh, awesome. Yeah, I got to be a part of a host national dinner that allowed me to see how traditional Kyrgyzstanis wound up having. They're in a hut, which is absolutely amazing. They actually have the full spread out, I'm talking 15 courses for their meal for a traditional set, and just, it was one of the most fun, beautiful, and tasty events I've ever gotten to go to. And of course, that just kind of kickstarted my travel lust afterwards. I get out of the military, they don't pay me to go places anymore, so I pay for it myself by making my trips conducive of my work. So one of the other video games that is on hiatus currently, called Destiny's End, I went backpacking across Europe for a month. I hit 5 different countries, and I got a shit ton of reference pictures, and it's all for work, so it's awesome! I got to go to, what is it? First day I was there, I wound up in the wrong country. Yes, I don't know how I did it. It just kind of happened. I was supposed to be in England, wound up in France. And, then I went from France to Scotland to Ireland to, Germany, and then somehow, by serendipity, I wound up in Belgium, so I still wound up going to 5 different countries. And then I went back to France and flew home. And somehow I wound up stepping on the train from Germany to Belgium and took out the entire power strip from Germany to Belgium. Like, their line was completely down. There's only one line, and it apparently, like, blew up one of the power places that give the stuff to the trains. So that was a thing. So, yeah, whoops. And that sort of weird shit always happens to me. Yeah, Matrix glitch, that's for sure. So what happened with me, getting to the wrong country on the first day, so, in the States, if, say, you had a flight from Minneapolis to California, but you had to stop in Denver on the way, you could skip the flight from Denver to California if you have a round-trip ticket, and then once the rest, like, you drive or whatever, you get to California, do your thing, and you're supposed to fly back to Minneapolis, well, you can still get back up on the plane, and it won't have canceled your trip. You'll have just missed that one segment of the, what do you call it? Like, the trip itself. Well, apparently you can't do that in Britain, and if you have a British Airways flight, if you cancel any part of your trip, they will cancel your trip entirely. So I was going to get off in England, and since they were going to cancel my entire flight home, which would have been a mistake because my mother, love her dearly, terror of my life, if I got stuck and stayed in Europe permanently, she would terrorize the European country and flip it upside down until she found me. She would make Liam Neeson's Taken look like a stroll to the candy store. I love the woman. She terrifies the hell out of me. And once people usually wind up seeing anything that happens to me in front of her, they become terrified too, for good reason. So, that'd be a thing. But, yeah, no. My parents and my best friend had been joking about it. Their bets were I would wind up in the wrong country, which did happen, or I'd wind up arrested for something weird. Now, I didn't get arrested, but, like I said, the other one wound up certainly happening, and, yeah, I called them both up. I was like, hi, guys. They're like, so how's England? I'm like, Europe is nice. They're like, well, have you gotten to see Big Ben? I'm like, Europe is nice. She's like, you're not in England, are you? I made it to the right continent. Mindy, where the hell are you? Europe? She's like, where specifically in Europe are you? I may or may not be in France. So, yeah, that was a thing. So, while I did miss England, I did hit Belgium. I stayed overnight there. That wasn't on the plan. I was just supposed to go from Germany back to France, because France actually was a stop on my trip, and Belgium was awesome. I am definitely going back and exploring more. They have one of the coolest architectures, like sets that I have ever seen in my life, because they apparently have a law over there that no building can be exactly the same as another one. So instead of getting uniform buildings, all of them are completely different. All of the architecture, it is so fascinating to look at and so easy to get around the city because nothing looks the same. So if I can find the building that winds up having a spirally Q-top with a heart on the top of it, shit, I know where I am, exactly where I'm at. Maybe they're as bad at finding places as I am. And by the way, that's not the first time my parents have wound up getting the call of, misadventures are always the best adventures. Yes, they are. If nothing else, and they're the most terrible thing that's ever happened to you, you get the best freaking story out of it. My parents have gotten, on more than one occasion, calls them up as I'm on my way to North Dakota from South Dakota, which, by the way, is literally one turn. Just one. And I had traversed this particular path more times than I can count. Calls up my mom. Mom! What? Where am I? What the fuck do you mean, where are you? Well, your mom, you know everything, and you always know when I'm into deep shit, so where am I? She's like, how the hell should I know? I'm like, well, I don't know. Your mom, you have superpowers. Well, what exactly do you see? Sky, Mindy, what else do you see? Cows. What else do you see? Grass. Mindy, you're being a sarcastic little ass. No, seriously, that's all I see. She's like, are you even on a paved road? I'm like, yep. Oh, wait, nope. There goes the gravel. She's like, what the hell? And I'm like, oh, look, there's a farmhouse. Should I stop? No! I'll never see you again. You'll be diced up into itty-bitty little pieces. I'm like, but that's the only house I've seen for, like, 3 hours. I'm like, I can't exactly get out and talk to the cows. The cows don't respond back well. She's like, do not, under any circumstances, get out of the car. I'm like, what if I run out of gas? Mindy, did you just run out of gas? No. So, wound up, don't know how I did it, I got lost on an Indian reserve, and I found the only gas station that was around for like 5 miles. Wound up coming back in circles to the same gas station about 5 times. My mom finally gave up talking to me, wound up talking to the person that was working the front the cashier, and she had to verbally guide me through it. And once I got back up on the highway, do not ask me how in the name of hell I did it, but I completely wound up skipping North Dakota, went to Montana, and hit the border of Canada. The only reason that I realized I was so close to Canada was because when I hit the border, they started laughing at me when I asked them where I was. And they're going, "You're on the Montana-Canadian border." I'm like, well, shit. They're like, "Where are you supposed to be?" "North Dakota." "Where did you come from?" "South Dakota." How the fuck? I don't know. So I wound up having to turn around, and somehow, don't ask me how I did this, because it really must have been going through like Tiernanog or something like that. I swear to God, I've been to the Feylands more often than most people ever will in their lifetime. I seem to have a free pass. I wound up exactly where I was supposed to be in the exact same amount of time it should have taken me to go from North Dakota to South Dakota, which was about 5 hours. That is not humanly possible considering where I was at. I don't know. It's happened more than once. My poor family. I'm surprised I actually lived to adulthood. That should show you the paragon of patience that my family is. The time after that, I was on my way home back to Canada, because I lived in Canada for about 5 years. Yeah, I know, rip, right? I used to get lost in the hills all the time in South Dakota, like, where, what do you call it was? Mount Rushmore? And, I would find the most random shops that you could never find again. In fact, they didn't even have websites, are the type of places that I would find in the middle of nowhere. No technology, no nothing. Just random. And then all of a sudden, I would find my way back out. And it would be really close to home. And whenever I tried to backtrack, or to find it again, or to even go back on my GPS, because it backtracks the points where you were at, the places didn't exist anymore. It was weird. I saw some weird things out there, and if it was just me, you could think I was making this up. But I've had this happen with multiple friends in the cars, and my parents in the car. They don't like me driving when we have to get to a point A to point B. I mean, we generally tend to get there on time, but by the end of it, they usually look like somebody took just... They don't look like they were very happy with me. Like the time that I wound up in Ohio, and we found Smokey's Bar with my best friend at 3 a.m. I don't know how that happened. We took the same road. Yikes, ghost towns, matrix glitches. I tell you, I've got more stories up the yin-yang than you would ever believe. Let's see. How interfaces, options, save files, keyboards, naming conventions, list of details, saved, shown to the player. Sorry, had to take a look at some of this. Please share, I've got all night. Woo! 4-time combo, okay. Well, let's see. Do you want Lost Stories? Do you want Monkey Gremlin stories? Do you want the What the Fuck stories? Or, the ghost stories? Because I have a bit of everything. I'm not kidding when I say I have had the weirdest damn crap happen to me my entire life. I could go on for days about it, so I'll let you choose the genre tonight, and I'll see if I've got something in my story combos for you. All of the above. Oh my god. Okay. Well, since we were talking about lost stories. Well, there was a time that I lived in North Dakota. I was 15, just got my license, and I'm actually going to just turn this down for a little bit and go just straight to my webcam. And make this bigger because I'm having too much fun talking to you, so you will have my full attention. So basically, when I lived in North Dakota, I lived in the middle of nowhere, okay? We were happy to have 4 stop signs. Yay! It's kind of like where I live now. Anyway, I had just gotten my license, I was 15, and now, there's only one road going from Larimore to Grand Forks, and you take that one road. There are no real ways to turn, and North Dakota is so flat that literally they've tested it. You can see your dog run for 3 days straight before you have to go get them, and that's only because the curvature of the earth, you can actually see it. It's kind of cool. But anyways, so I had taken this trip so many times because we lived there for a good 6 years. I don't know how I did it, but somehow going straight on a road that you really can't turn off of, I wound up somehow going the opposite direction and going to Fargo, which you can't really mistake which direction you're going in, considering that you have to hit the Air Force Base to go past it if you're coming from Grand Forks to Larimore. And I passed the Air Force Base. It had the turnoff, it had everything for it. And that's about the only turnoff you really have. I mean, there might be a few others if you're going to other places, but somehow, going in the one direction, not turning around, I somehow wound up in Fargo, which is about 2 hours in the opposite direction. My mom was so mad, because I was supposed to be home. I had school the next day. And I called my best friend up when I was about halfway to Fargo, going, Kayla? Yeah? Where am I? What the hell do you mean, where are you? I don't know where I am, and I don't think I'm in the right place. Why aren't you home yet? It's only about a 30-minute drive, maybe 35, 40. I don't know. But it looks like a city around here. You are definitely not in the right place. I finally did find my way home. By the time I got home, it was probably about 10, 11 o'clock at night, and I had a curfew, so I was in deep shit. I think I got reamed out, extra chores, and yelled at for a good half an hour or so, and then got yelled at for good measure the next day. Let's see. As for another time, I was on my way back up to Canada. Same thing. Traveled it for years, going back and forth to see my parents. Had to go through the border, everything else. It's kind of hard hard to get lost when you have to go through border check. I was driving in circles for about 4 hours because some dumbasses decided that they were going to pull a prank, and there was a detour because they were doing road construction, and I think it was some local kids or something like that. They decided to take off with the stupid pointers, or the road construction people were just lazy and never put up the rest of the pointers. And it just took me in a big box over and over again. Now, in all fairness, because I did have to call my parents at 3 o'clock in the morning and be like, I don't know where the hell I am. I'm not stopping. I just saw a bear on the side of the road. And they're strong, like, they're curious enough that they will try and open doors. So that's not happening. I am very tired, and I still have at least 3 hours after the border to get to where I'm supposed to be living in Canada. Well, there was nowhere to stop. There was no towns. Nothing was open. There were bears, and I got to see a wolf running across in the middle of the moonlight. Stupid asshats. I finally had to pull over. Cop comes behind me, gives me directions. What happens? I accidentally go in the wrong direction again. Because apparently left is right, up is down, and sideways is no ways. So, there's that. My poor parents, 3 a.m. Honey, do you know where the hell this is? Why the hell would I know where this is? I've never been there. They're arguing like they're in the car. I'm sitting there banging my head on the steering wheel and attempting to find some sort of measure of calm, because I was about to go sleep with the bears. Like, literally, I was so damn tired. I had not slept in probably 48 hours. So, I was kind of done with everything. I did finally wind up finding it, because once I told the cops that I couldn't figure out why the detours kept pointing me in opposite directions and had me keep going back and forth on the same stretch of road, they went out to go fix it. So, I guess good for other travelers. But, so that was a thing. That was ridiculous. It was also very dark outside. It, like I said, 3 a.m. So I'm counting that as a not my fault moment. Although it probably would have been anyway. But that's not the point! Let's see. Ghost stories. Oh my god. I have so many ghost stories. There's always been weird-ass crap that's happened to me. Like I said, I've mentioned that before. So I swear to God, I have a poltergeist or something that absolutely loves and adores just messing with my shit. No joke. It could be my debit card, it could be my credit card, it could be my car keys, which is one of their favorites, it could be the pencils that I'm using, it could be anything minor. That's why I call them the monkey gremlins, because there has been more than a few times where I have found things in the strangest damn places, and I've had these since well before I was, like, this has been happening since basically I learned to keep track of my shit. And it doesn't just happen in front of me again. My best friend and my dad and quite a few other people have watched it happen, where I will be looking for something and nobody can find it. We will do a huge search and the kitchen counters will be clean. Absolutely spotless. And all of a sudden, it'll show up right in the middle of the kitchen counter that has absolutely nothing on there. And I will have had 5 or 6 people searching for it. I have found my keys in the gas chamber of my oven. Do not ask me how the hell it got there. I had not cleaned my oven in over a year. maybe more. I had been searching for it for about 3 hours, and I was in tears because at the time I was about to go visit my boyfriend, and he lived a couple hours away, and I could not find my damn keys for the life of me. Turned out, though, that it was some sort of providence, because there had been a 4-car pileup on the road that I was taking to go see him. And if I had found my keys any sooner, I would have either been in the wreck or I would have been waiting in the car the entire time. They had literally just finished cleaning everything up. I've also found my keys in a bag of peas. Yes, I know that rhymes. It was a frozen bag of peas. Now, I'm absent-minded. I'm very absent-minded. I actually have lists all over my house to checklist that I have the things that I need before I walk out the door. I'm not autistic or anything. I get thinking about some things and I just get lost in my own head. But for as absent-minded as I am, I usually set my keys in around the same places. They're either in my pants pocket, or I leave them in my studio area, which is what I'm in right now. They'll be set on a bookshelf, on the counter, or on my dining room table. But I found them in some really weird places. Like I said, the frozen bag of peas definitely took the cake. The kitchen cupboard inside of a bowl, like stacked bowls that I had. I've also wound up finding them in my cleaning supplies. I don't know. It's ridiculous. But it seems like every time my stuff gets really, truly lost, like it's the minor but important things, I've usually dodged some sort of awful event. I've got a little story for you as well, LOL. So I ran away at 17, came back 2 weeks before my 18th birthday. I was planning for New York, but ended up in South Carolina. Fun trip, never fall asleep while you've hitchhiked. People will just take you home and drop you off on a random street. Oh my god, are you serious? Hitchhiking isn't safe, but I'm also an overcautious sort, but I'm glad you were okay. I'm really shocked that they didn't wind up dropping you off in the proper place. Most people would have wound up wanting to take people out of their car. I'm not sure about that one, but then again, people are weird. Really weird. Really, really weird. Jeez. My best friend and I, so we were planning on going to Salem, Massachusetts for a ride going from South Carolina. And somehow, we never made it to Salem, Massachusetts. We got distracted. We started off at first just kind of going with the flow, seeing what we wanted to see. We found this awesome place called Tiger World. They wound up taking big cats of all different sorts and would put them in a zoo. They were rescues from people who decided they wanted them as pets and a bunch of other stuff, and they couldn't assimilate into some of the normal stuff, so they were kind of like that halfway in between place to where they could either go into a zoo or not. Most incredible thing I've ever seen. You could get right up close and personal, and most of them were some of the sweetest kitties you've ever come across. Tigers, lions, bobcats, you name it. People had just kept them as pets, and then they rescued them. Well, that was our first bit on there, besides the random Carowinds, which is also in South Carolina for some of the stuff. We wound up following. I carried a knife, and they just let me sleep through I had promised to go back to my home whenever my wanderlust ran out. Nice! Well, I'm glad you had safety precautions. Those are the absolutes. Definite musts. Especially when you're traveling. Yeah. We wound up following the bookstore from South Carolina, like a bookstore chain, all the way up the East Coast. We got so distracted by books we never made it to Salem, Massachusetts. We did wind up making it all the way to Pennsylvania, though. So, accomplishments. Just means we have to take another road trip. Speaking of safety for traveling, when I was deployed overseas, or not deployed, I went on that trip from across Europe. There was more than a few times where I had to run like hell because I don't know exactly what the people were coming up to me. They realized that I did not speak French in particular, and the guy started chasing me down the street trying to get me to come with him somewhere, and he had a group of his friends that were trying to come after me too. And, well, of course I did the safest thing that I could think of, because of course it was late at night. I love walking at night. Not exactly a great time to be outside if it's not a safe area, though. Ran out into one of the most well-lit areas and stuff like that, called an Uber, and told them that they needed to meet me around here, and that I had somebody following me, and that they absolutely could not pick me up on the side street, that it needed to be up in a well-lit open area and stuff like that. Actually, not too long ago, probably about a year or so ago, I moved from the last place that I lived because somebody tried to kidnap me. That did not go over well at all. I took off running. I am champion sprinter. For somebody who does not like running, I can haul ass when I need to. So, that was a thing. And I don't know. Rule of thumb, if you're not comfortable, leave. I know every year I tend to take a trip to California to SIGGRAPH. I generally tend to go there for the convention that they have. It's an animation, techie type convention that allows us to work on the stuff that, like, to discuss the type of stuff that we do, like, with the studio and everything else. Well, the very first time that I went, I swear to God, it's only me, and it's terrible because I felt so bad at the time, but the irony of it just makes me want to bang my head into a wall because it's like something you'd see in a movie. The train that I was on, I had only been in California for 3 hours. It ran over a little old lady when we were almost to our destination. We were about 30 minutes out, and apparently her car was on the track and she fell asleep and got hit by the train, and I called up my mom. I was like, Mom? She's like, yeah. What happened this time? I'm like, so I've only been in California for 3 hours, and my train just ran over somebody, and she stopped, and it sounds bad, but she kind of started laughing because she's like, you are the only person that I know who can literally walk out your door and catastrophe happens. And I'm going, shut up. I've had some of those experiences too. It was scary. I would sleep in trees during hitchhiking adventures out of people's sight for 45 out of sight. Oh shit. Yeah. I've had a couple of those things where people generally don't tend to look up. They'll look down and they'll look behind things, but anything at eye level, really. So, and it always sounds really odd, but whenever I'm walking at night and stuff, like, because I really do enjoy walking at night. I love watching the stars and everything like that. I generally tend to be looking up quite a bit, and I'm always scanning everything around me. But I don't have good night vision per se. I have excellent colored vision, but it makes walking at night difficult if it's not at least semi-lit. But that means that my hearing picks up, and I actually have extremely good hearing. Half the time I can hear stuff that's going on in different apartments that aren't even connected to mine, and it's not because they're being loud. So, at least I've got something to make up for it. If you see me keep looking down, it's because I got eaten up by mosquitoes a little while ago, and now my legs are so itchy. Oh, man. Yeah. I don't know. I've had so many crazy crap happen, especially with, like, ghost stories and stuff like that. Awesome. You're a super person, LOL. Oh my god, so are you! I'm so glad that I have somebody to talk to and procrastinate with, because I don't want to work anymore. It's too late. I was having one hell of a frustrating day today. Like, no joke. The last 2 days, I have been so agitated. It's not been anything big, but you know those little things that tend to pile up nonstop? Like, it seems like every time you turn around, you fix one thing and everything else winds up falling apart behind you, no matter how many times you go to put it together or fix it, or you don't, how do you put it? The person that you want to talk to isn't available, but then everybody under the sun wants to talk to you when you're busy and you don't have stuff to, like, you have stuff to do, and then it's been one of those weeks. And then, like I said, the last couple of weeks have been a bit of a emotional roller coaster, because I ran into a high school friend of mine that I had previously dated, broken things off with because of the PTSD, everything like that. Like, we were serious. We were thinking about marriage, and I had broken it off and just kind of cowarded my way out. And part of it was because I just didn't want to hurt him with everything, and there was a lot of other excuses. But take a few days off if you can, eat well, rest, self-care, treat yourself for your hard work. Yeah, I have been, and it's been a process. It's kind of been all over the place. That particular emotional roller coaster that I talked about, I ran into him at a Renaissance festival and met his wife for the first time, and it was nice. It was interesting, and we've started talking again, and I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where you feel like you're in shock about half the time. You're excited, you're happy, but you're still in shock about half the time, because sometimes if you think that you can never talk to a person again, and then they come back, you're like, oh my god, I'm so happy, what the hell do I do with this? So, it's been good shocks, and the frustration, like I said, is some of the other part of it. It just is what it is. Aww, understandable. Yeah, I feel like somebody hit me upside the head with like a baseball bat or a bludgeon. Like, I have been so flinging back and forth so much to extremes to I'd be super happy and then I get super upset over stupid shit, or maybe not so stupid shit. Just like the fact that the stuff that I was working on today, more than half of my paperwork that I've been doing for the last 3 days and getting everything in order and doing the artwork with, the files corrupted themselves, and I about flipped my table and threw my computer because I hate paperwork with a bloody passion. I really do. I know it's necessary, especially for some of the stuff that I'm doing right now to get the game up and running and everything, but dear God in heaven, I hate paperwork, and it makes me want to stab things. So I don't know. It's just, when that happened, I was losing my shit. And then last night, because I really was pushing to get stuff done last night, I was up until almost 4 a.m. Working on projects, and luckily my day job, because I do have a day job, since this stuff has not quite paid out yet, don't get me wrong, it will eventually, it just have to get everything done first. Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit of a night owl, but I usually try and be in bed at least by 1 or 2. And so I was a bit cranky when I got up this morning. And then I've had little things going on, like I've got an extra cat in my house at the current moment, and I love kitties, I do. They're my precious little babies. But one of my coworkers, who's also a family friend, she's having foot surgery, and she can't take care of her cat for 2 months, so she had to bring her cat over here. Well, the cat is dominant and not happy with the other 3 cats that I have, so I've been hearing nonstop yowling and hissing and throwing of fits from the fur babies, which has not helped the anxiety and everything else, because, I mean, like I said, the meeting up with the old friend, he was one of my best friends that I had stopped contact with. So it's kind of one of those things where my anxiety has been through the roof, and I take enough medication as it is because of my PTSD. I did not need any more help with that, so hearing them constantly go at it has been driving me absolutely bonkers. But one step at a time, one thing at a time. I mean, it's pretty much all you can do. It's one of the reasons why the music that I have on right now is actually specifically to keep me mellow, because I was working on the paperwork. Yes, I take any opportunity not to do my work when it comes to paperwork. But since there's no one else who can do this particular paperwork for me, I can't just shove it off onto my other coworkers, like, at the studio. So, I mean, I'm sure I could, but it's kind of hard to do when it's all in my head. So that makes it a bit difficult. Well, I've been telling you stories absolutely nonstop and talking about nothing but myself. Why don't you share a few stories with me? I would love to hear some of your exciting misadventures, since you seem to have about as many as I do. And while I do that, I can get my butt back to work on things that I should be doing, at least for a little bit. bigger, not smaller. Smaller, smaller, shrink, shrink. Woo, victory is mine. Boop, boop. Ha ha ha. No. What do we have here? There it is. Associated animation, graphics, save files, load keyboard, other names, convention list. An image of what is saved, game file looks like. Okay, so I can delete all of this. I already put that all on there. At least I think I did. Oh, yep, I did get all of that. I'm so proud of myself! Oh, jeez. Let's see. Front end of the game. Got all of that. Other screens. Lockable content, access screens, make sure to include images of sound, music, interface. None of that is applicable right now. Oh, you know what I can start doing? Just because it'll be far more interesting than me filling out paperwork and I need to do it anyway. So I'm not just making excuses, I swear. I can start doing the character sheets for the characters. So let's shut this off. Where is my forward facing? Oh, I know where it is. Shit. While hitchhiking, on days I couldn't get a ride, I'd follow the train tracks or just train hop. Not safe, by the way. I've lost so many damn bags to trains, LOL. There was a few people I kept with at one point. They kind of adopted me. Fed me, helped me get supplies. They were genuinely good people. One friend I made, Kevin, he was the one who introduced me to train hopping while before I just followed the tracks. Wow, that sounds like such an adventure. Weren't you afraid of getting caught? I mean, I've heard there are some steep penalties for doing stuff like that. Kevin would be like my big brother while traveling. Yes, we always went for slow or night trains and kept to the woods. Wow. That sounds like such an adventure. Like, I'm not sure I would be able to do it. You have my kudos, because, yeah, no, that sounds so exciting. But I have this fear of the woods at night. It's not that I don't like it, it's that I guess it's because I can't see things. There are too many shadows, and because I don't have good night vision, it makes me extremely nervous to be on the ground when it's nighttime in the woods. Now all I have stuck in my head was Into the Woods We Go Again, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, from the old song, or from the musical Into the Woods. Did you ever have any close calls that would wind up happening? Like, I don't know, getting caught trying to get on the train or anything like that? Like, that couldn't have been easy. It was hard after losing my 4-bag. I quit hopping trains. The time and energy to restock or track what I lost wasn't efficient. Oh yeah, LOL. If it wasn't for Kevin and the crew, we would have been dead or arrested ASAP. Oh my god. It reminds me of some of those old, I like watching the black and white movies where they would, go on the stories of train hopping and the, bums or the wanderlusters or, things like that would go everywhere trying to seek their fortune or the gold rush. I'm such a historical nerd. What was one of the craziest things that wound up happening to you while you were doing all of this? I was with Mama at the time. That was what she wanted to be called in our group. We had to set up camp and a bear came up. Mama didn't think anything of the giant, but I, of course, was scared shitless. She simply hollered at it like a stray dog to get. It took a moment to look at both of us, huffed, and walked away back into the woods. Wow. Oh my god. Now, I've got some balls on me, but I'm not sure I'd be able to just... I'd be screaming, but I wouldn't be just telling it to get. Bear story myself. I lived up in Canada. I had a bear come right up to my door and peer into my windows trying to look at stuff inside the house, and then took a look at my garbage can. Apparently I did not have yummy things in my garbage because it took off. But yeah, no, me and the cats just kind of curled in and kept to ourselves. Mama always said that bears are smart and that if you don't make yourself out to be a treat, it wouldn't bother you. Give it food if that's what it's after, and it'll be on its way. No, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, most of the time, unless you're dealing with certain types of bears, honestly, they're just looking for food. If you don't make yourself out to be the tastiest thing there, unless it's starving, it's more likely to leave you alone than anything else. Now, you know, that doesn't mean be stupid about it and go up and try and give it a hug or whatever, but for the most part, they generally are pretty sensible animals, unless, it's mating season or they have a cub nearby. in our group, there was Mama, Kevin, Jax, and Adrian. I never really got to know Jax and Adrian as they were always standoffish. Made it clear from day one, if I ducked it up, it was on me. Otherwise, they'd take care of me. I traveled with them for maybe about 4 months till I felt comfortable to be on my own again. Ah, okay. What got you feeling uncomfortable with being by yourself, or was it just simply that they came along and you were happy with it and just kind of felt like walking the same path for a while? They found me in a covert, half-starved and sick. Mama, true to her name, helped me get back on my feet and insisted I travel with them. Ah. Well, sometimes it's hard to, I guess you could say, if you don't know how to survive certain things and you don't know what you're doing, especially being that young, well, it makes sense that you'd have a bit of a hard time basically figuring out how everything was, especially if you didn't want to go back to where you were before, because God knows most people would wind up, or social workers and stuff like that would put you right back into a bad situation. Not that they would necessarily want to do that, but sometimes it's hard being a kid. Yeah, we avoided the law like the plague, LOL. It was always a game of some sort. Yeah, I'm guessing it definitely would be. I mean, like I said, I've never had any of those type of experiences. Everything that I've always had to do for myself has always been above board. Though I do have to say I've had more than one brush with the law, but that was all because of my ex-husband. He got arrested about a week after we got married, and I was in the military at the time. Wound up having to deal with court cases and pretty much anything that you could possibly think of when it came to just bullshit after bullshit happening. It was not a fun experience. I can understand why. Like, I understand both sides of it. The law does their job, and people do what they need to do, and, you know, sometimes there's no real right answer to anything that you're trying to do. And sometimes you just can't win to lose, is basically how it goes. No matter how hard you try, sometimes you're just screwed over. When we hit towns, it was easier, but also tougher in a way. Other individuals, like our group, helped when they could, but they would also rat you out for a meal. That's why we stuck to the woods for the most part. Now, that makes a lot of sense. I have never been one of the homeless or traveled in that particular way, but because of the different walks of life that I've wound up dealing with, I've met a lot of people from just about every walk of life that you could think of, from the richest of the rich to the poorest of the poor to the oddballs of society. And some of them are the sweetest, most wonderful people that you will ever meet, and then other ones, yeah, they are not very nice. And I think the saddest part is that most of the time, the ones that'll really fuck you over are the ones that usually have the least to lose, if that makes any sense. So, out of everything that you wound up doing, traveling this way and everything else, what was your favorite part of it? Like, I'm sure you ran into some really shitty parts of it, but... My favorite thing was being with Kevin. He was our night owl, and as we became close, call it survival or just plain puppy love, I began crushing on him hard. He has these wonderful tribal tattoos that would help me fall asleep looking at his arm at night. He usually cuddled up to me saying that he was cold too, but in reality, we all needed to be held up sometimes. He had this way of thinking and doing things that seemed out of left field but worked out in the end. Well, that's awesome. I find it so amazing that you were able to have this kind of, not perfect and not even close to ideal, but this sort of happiness that comes with trying new things, doing new things, just being there. He made the adventures fun, even the hard parts. Those type of people, they're fantastic. I absolutely adore them because they're the type of people that remind me that no matter how bad something can be, something good can always come out of it. Even if it's just fucked up laughing, pointing at the thing going, what the hell? For example, my final year of animation for when I went to school, because I went to school up in Canada, that was why I was up there. Our final project had worked a full year on this animation, was getting ready to turn it in the next day, everything was good. Half of my work was done analog, so it was done by hand. The other half was done on the computer. Most people just did their stuff straight up on the computer. Turned out I was really lucky. I had done half of my stuff analog because the night before we were supposed to turn everything in, all I had was some painting left to do and everything else on there. Some jackass at the beginning of the school year decided they were going to put a computer virus on all of the computers at school. And this virus, the way that it worked is if you connected a USB to it, if you connected your save ports, anything that touched that particular computer, it would infect everything that USB touched after. So home computers, laptops, you name it, all of it. Well, the night we were supposed to, that we were putting the final touches on all of our projects, you just see the computer screen go completely blue, blank, and then you see ... fart. And then it just did that over and over and over on the computer. Every single file was corrupted. Everything. And I was in absolute hysterics because, like I said, I was putting the final touches on my project. It was going to be done. It was colored. It was ready to go. And I lost about a little under 2/3 of my work. So I had about 40% that was done analog. And my teacher came rushing in at 2 o'clock in the morning to find out what the hell happened. And I'm sitting there rocking back and forth, crying and laughing at the same time. And I'm sitting there cracking jokes, looking up at the ceiling, going, I swear to God, I'm going to make a I survived the ... fart apocalypse. Because it was so ridiculously stupid, and yet we lost over a year's worth of work. If you weren't lucky, you lost the entire 3 years worth of work that it took to get our degree. We still keep in touch, though he still has his wanderlust and nomadic lifestyle. We talk every other month, sometimes years. Damn those assholes. That was my reaction. I hired 2 computer geniuses to get back at least 30% of everything that had been corrupted. The rest of it couldn't be gotten back, but I got about as much back as was humanly possible since I took it to 2 different places. I was not a happy camper. I am glad that you still talk to him, though. Sometimes people lose touch, and, you know, other times, you know, they fade in and out of your life, but it's good to know that you still have, you know, Kevin around and everything else, even if he does tend to be the wanderlusting. I know that's kind of the boat that I'm in. I don't have a steady boyfriend or anything like that because of the very simple fact that I need to be on the go. I need to be able to see places, experience things. Like, just, I don't know how to explain it. Just be free to do the things and see the things and experience the things that I want to. And most of my friends are extremely settled, and they are content living, you know, that type of, I'm here, I have been here, I am always here, I am never going to leave here. And, I mean, don't get me wrong, I am okay with that for a while, but I always get the itch, is what I call it. Because there's so much more to life than only seeing four walls around you, which sounds ridiculous considering that I am currently sitting in the smallest studio you will probably have ever seen, but part of that is I use it as a sound booth so that you guys can hear me better and everything else. Thank you so much for literally just sitting in and talking to me like this. You are making my life so much better, because I actually get pretty lonely when I'm doing a lot of this by myself. Art is a very solitary thing because there's not really a whole lot that other people can do to help, but I really do enjoy having somebody to talk to. Yeah, I know, right? So my biological dad, he's done traveling and stuff like that, but he just doesn't get it. He's like, what exactly are you looking for? And I'm like, it's not what I'm looking for. It's what I haven't seen yet, what I haven't experienced. He's like, well, why can't you do that in one place? And I'm going, it's not the type of thing that you can, you know, do and see in just one place. The experience, the being able to talk to people from all different walks of life and all different views, and whether they're good or bad or otherwise. Like, I can't get enough of it. It drives my parents absolutely bonkers because of the fact that I am always on the go. So, what's your favorite place that you've been to so far? I have a bit of a hard time choosing most of the time, because I find most places, like every place that I've ever visited, they have that one special something. I support you. If I didn't have bad ankles from train hopping, I'd do it again. Well, there's always other things you can do. I plan on skydiving. I guess you could call that, what, plane hopping? Maybe? I don't recommend actually hopping onto a plane like that, but skydiving, falling with style. still plan on going skydiving. My favorite place personally so far, at least recently, has been the fairy pools in Scotland. That was one of the most beautiful, gorgeous places, and I didn't want to leave. I love the people there. Some of them were a little bit gruff, which I expected, but most of them had an amazing sense of humor. They were hilarious. Thought I was weird as all get out, but that's okay. I like being weird. Weird is fun. Oh, that's a hard one. I loved being in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. That's where me and the crew parted ways, and it will always be a special place to be. I have been to Myrtle Beach. It is really, really nice over there. I absolutely adore it, though every time I go and visit my best friend in South Carolina, it rains every time we try and go to Myrtle Beach. So... I remember the brooding Jax telling me to take care, which I thought funny. He always made an effort of how much he didn't care for anyone. The thing is I've met people like that too, and I'll be totally honest, the people who tend to push others away the most are usually the ones who care about people the most, and they always have a hard time letting go, as in, if you can worm your way into their hearts, they're usually the ones that, no matter what, they'll come hell or high water for you. Yeah, he was very much in his emo phase, but still a good person. He saved my ass from dogs lots of times. Oh my god. Well, that's a good thing. I'm not necessarily afraid of dogs, but I've also seen some pretty vicious ones. I used to work as a part-time veterinary assistant, so... I know one of the things on my to-do list is to go down to Africa and work in the big cats, what do you call it? Sanctuaries that they have down there. They take volunteers. I'd also like to be an archaeological dig. Archaeology dig? That's it. I swear I speak English. German Shepherds, for some reason, hated me, but Jack's always had a way with animals. Oh, awesome. Yeah, sometimes you just can't escape it. I've had a couple of them where I don't understand a damn thing, and they either love me or they hate me. Most of the time, if it's cats, I've had big cats try and play with me like they were kittens. Like, it's one of the most adorable things you will ever see. But I've also had... I'm trying to think, which animal doesn't like me? Most animals really, really like me. I'm one of those, like, animal whisperer type things. There have been a few cats who can't stand me. AKA my parents' cat named Rosie. Evil little bastard. I don't know what her damage is with me. She's okay certain times. I think she has a psychotic issue. There we go. Much better. Alright. Now, we're going to group these. Finish this up. Ah, yes, it was birds. Birds don't like me. Hamsters aren't too fond of me either. Oh, did you get the dough beans? Yes, the beans do... Yes, yes. Most cats, I'm like catnip to them. They absolutely, positively adore me. I have my 3 outside right now. I'd bring them in, but if I do, there will be fighting over me since, like, they have their own little spot off to the side. You can't see it off the camera, but I've actually got different spots for them, but because we have the 4th cat right now, they were arguing over me earlier, and they kept trying, like, one kept trying to protect me. Ooh, I did those on the wrong layer. Shit. Well, damn, I guess we're doing it this way. This was not how I intended this to go. Aw, they claimed you each as their human. Oh my god, yes, yes, they have. And they'll share within their group of 3, their little triad. But anybody else who tries to claim me in front of them, I actually have recently gotten pictures of them warning off the other cat, going, "That is my human, don't touch my human. Human, why are you picking up the other kitty? I'm right here, I'm protecting you. What the fuck is this bullshit?" Yeah, I know, right? And especially my oldest cat, she is 16 going on 17. She is hyper protective of me, so she gets very, very pissy whenever the other cat comes my way and thinks of claiming me. The hell? Cats are the real MFS. Yeah, they certainly are. Oh, shit. No. Don't do this. No, no, no. Work. Save. Fuck! Come on, pretty please, don't be like this. Thank you. Now, before I lose everything, because I will cry, I am not above weeping. One thing I do miss about being in bumfuck nowhere was how clear the sky was. Once you get into the woods, it's almost unreal how glorious the stars are. That is beyond the truth. It's one of the things that makes the reasons why I love traveling so much. I found that the farther up north that you get, especially during the wintertime, the clearer everything is. I might try that sometime. I've never been north. Honestly, if you really want to see one of the most beautiful night skies that I've ever actually experienced, because I have been both north and south, come up, and there's nothing in North Dakota. I'm not going to lie to you. There is absolutely nothing in North Dakota. Come during the deepest part of winter, and then go out and just look up. You actually can wind up seeing the northern lights. Only the green parts, but you can see the northern lights. And because of how flat it is, you actually can see. It's like looking through a looking glass, like one of the telescopes and stuff like that, except for it's every way that you turn. When the moon is up and it's bright, you can see like it's daytime. The snow winds up refracting the light, and it makes everything look like it's out of a storybook. And the air tastes so sweet. I have never wound up actually tasting air until I was there in the middle of winter. The bite of the cold, the way everything just, it's silent. It is so silent, and you can actually hear snowfall. You can hear the crunch. You can hear your heartbeat. And the air is so crisp, and it's clean, and everything around you just feels like a breath of fresh air. The freshest you've ever wound up seeing, the most calm you've ever been. It's one of my favorite sights that I've ever come across for the night sky. I plan on going up to Alaska and eventually the Arctic, because if it's that clear there, I want to see what it's like in areas that are even farther north, because Canada was like that too. Canada was one of the first places that I experienced snow, lightning, and thunder, because actually you can get thunder and lightning during the middle of a snowstorm. Scared the ever-loving crap out of me. what's my favorite season? That would probably be fall. Winter is a close second for me. I'm not particularly fond of spring. There's too much mud. And summer, I really hate the heat. Anything above 85 degrees Fahrenheit, or for any of the, well, the rest of the world that listens, that would be closer to like 20 degrees Celsius. Yes, because we are the backwards ones. I know South Dakota was really pretty at night too. If you ever get a chance, I would go up to Horse Thief Lake. It's not even 15 minutes from Mount Rushmore. It is... Oh, thank you so much for following. I'm so excited. Woohoo! I made a new friend. Horse Thief Lake is spectacular. That particular lake, it's not one that you can go swimming in, but if you get it on a new moon night, so there's no moon, the earth and the stars, like the stars above, reflect so well in the lake below, it looks like they're touching. It looks like there is no difference, and that you could go swimming in the Milky Way. Friends! I've seen some pretty incredible sights, but that was certainly a particularly gorgeous one. I also loved what was it? Florida's lightning storms. The place where I lived in Tampa, their thunderstorms were so glorious, and it always smelled like the entire earth was taking a breath just before it rained. And since there were wild roses that grew everywhere down there, it smelled like real roses all over the place. Everything. You could taste it. It was one of the most glorious things I've ever seen, especially when it started, because everything would be a royal purple as the sky wound up lighting up. And it just... looking up at things like that always made me realize that, you know, no matter how big my problems are, there is so much more to the world than what I'm seeing. And that means that my problems can't possibly be as big as I think they are. Oh, you've reminded me of something. When I was traveling with my group, I made different teas from flowers and wild grasses. It was one of the things I was really proud of I could do in the group. That is awesome. I actually like to make my own teas too, except for I grow my own flowers like lavender and the rose hips and stuff like that. I'll dry them and then I'll make teas and bath salts, or well, not salts, but different herbal blends to help with relaxation. And if I don't grow it myself, then I actually have a few specific tea places that give me the raw ingredients so that I can make it for different things such as anxiety, depression, sleepless nights, that sort of thing. Awesome. Kevin would get honey bottles every once in a while from stores so that I could make sweet teas. That is amazing. Yeah, I like to do mine with honey or agave. I tend to buy from the local farmers markets that have the local bees and stuff like that, just because I found that if you wind up getting like the local produce or stuff that is actually from the area, it tends to taste a lot better. I mean, yes, I am a health nut, but I don't know. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Ginger and honey was our favorite to have, though Mama and Adrian just liked regular tea bags. I can understand that. I like regular tea bags too. I'm not that much of a snob, but I really do like doing my own blends, especially when I can't sleep and stuff like that. Woo! We have our first frontal. I do not like that jawline. I think it's because it's not sized right. One time, Jax pissed off a beehive. I think it was yellow jackets or just hornets. Anyway, I remember that was the fastest we ever packed up and ran, with Mama cussing up a storm and Kevin trying to keep his pants up. Oh my god! That is hilarious! Good to know I am not the only person who has caused issues like that. Just imagine this. 4'0" of a woman threatening to end a 6' tall boy's life over a nice rest spot. Oh man. Well, I can certainly understand why. I think Adrian was the only one that didn't get stung or otherwise hurt that day. I think he went for a bath in the creek or something because he came back with everybody running for our lives, and the bees just walked up over the hill to us after the swim chilled out. The swarm chilled out. Yeah, that sounds like the type of luck I get myself into. I'll be totally honest. I am not good at perfectly symmetrical. I think we finally have a winner. One thing that the boys competed for was Mama's approval on our next jump or next step. She was more or less the leader, and it was a game. The guys made to which one would be the next leader. Adrian didn't know how to read a map. Kevin navigated by climbing trees, and Jax, of course, didn't care where we went as long as it wasn't a city. Fair enough. follow the leader on steroids. Sometimes it was nice. We would find a park and camp for a while, but other times we would risk crossing private property to get where we needed. Kite says dodgehype.com, however you want to chat. Bird feel Christmas tree can help. Hello. Okay then. Well, welcome on stream. Great. And as for interesting tidbit, speaking of crossing private properties, did you know that in Scotland that there is no technical private property, that you can go anywhere and it is free right of way? Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Didn't quite believe my host that wound up telling me while I was there, because I generally tend to stay in hostels and stuff so that I get the full experience of what it's like to live there. But yeah, no, every person I came across told me that it was free right of way, so that was an interesting tidbit and a bit of a culture shock. Do you guys speak any other languages? No. Sadly, I don't. Though I can read most love languages, so Latin-based languages, unless they use specific words, how do you put it? Like, that have different definitions to them than what we use in English. I can read just about any Latin-based stuff. It might take me a little bit to puzzle out, but for the most part, I can. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Once you know how most languages wind up, like their syntax and their grammar and everything else, once you understand what the rules of their stuff is, it's actually not that hard to read most of it. And if it's basically, if you can read or understand Spanish, most love languages, you'll be able to read just fine. I'm trilingual, English, Spanish, and German. Then you know exactly what I'm talking about with how similar a lot of the love languages and stuff like that are. If you can speak Spanish, you can most likely read most French because the rules are the same. Yeah, I can't speak German, though our marketing person is actually German. She lives over in Germany, and I met her while I was traveling. Mama taught me German, so I'm not that familiar with it, but I can understand most of it. Very nice. I think I could say squirrel. Patty tried so hard to teach me. I am not an adept pupil at different languages. My favorite word in German is butterfly. Oh, whoops, I missed some. I know the cuss words and hello at best. My favorite word in German is butterfly, though. I have not actually said or heard butterfly in German. Mama would sing this folk song about butterflies. Not sure how it goes anymore, but I remember how sweetly she sang it on our travels. Those are awesome memories. Like, I won't lie, I'm a bit envious. I would love to just be able to pick up and go like that. But if I did that, there would be a horde of people that would be extraordinarily pissed at me. I mean, I still just kind of pick up and go when I want to, but there usually has to be travel plans involved or I'm in trouble. One of my favorite folk songs, if you ever get a chance, is actually, no, because it won't let me. It's called Sleep Song. Let's see if I can pull it up. I don't want to get dinged for this, but... So I would go ahead and give this one a listen to. It's called A Good Irish Lullaby. I can't play it on here, otherwise I'm going to get dinged for copyright stuff, but it's one of my favorite songs, and I used to do nannying quite a bit for a couple of years there while I was still getting my bachelor's degree, and it was always one of my favorites to sing to the kids. And it usually actually worked really well to put them to sleep. Yup. It'd be one of my favorites. I apologize if you can hear my air conditioner in the background. I have a miniature one because it gets very, very warm in here after a while. Ooh, we got combos. Awesome. I'm gonna go ahead and go on intermission for a minute. I hear my cats yelling at each other out in the other room, and I need to go check on them. So I will be back in just a moment. I will see you guys in a sec, okay? guys, and welcome back. Thank you for your patience. My cats are not happy campers. At the current moment, they are not happy with the other kitty that went in. Did I leave my pen? I left my pen. Be right back. Back it up. Oh, so because I have a new cat in the house, because I'm watching it for that coworker of mine, they're fighting with each other up a storm. It wasn't just the usual hisses and growls of getting used to each other. It was the irate, I'm going to murder you yowls, so that's why I went out. And now the one who caused it is yowling outside my door right now because she's mad that I'm not letting her in. But she's been a little bit of a shit, so I don't see a reason why I should play nice with her. I am going to finish up lining the front, like, all of this, and then I'm probably going to get off because I do have daytime work in the morning. Where? Alrighty, it's been a pleasure talking with you. You've really made my night. Well, I'm glad. I like being able to do that for people. No, I'm not getting off right this instant, but it will be after I finish setting all of this yes. We still got a little bit of time, though. Understood, just wanted to say so. Well, I am glad. That is for sure. You have definitely made my night coming in and talking to me like this, so I appreciate it. You made something that would have been extraordinarily dull into a much more fascinating evening. Aw, thank you. I went on YouTube and looked for soothing music. It makes it easier for me to focus a lot of times, so if you ever wind up catching me on again, you'll tend to find that I put a lot of music on like this. I try to catch every stream. Do you have a YouTube or social medias I can follow? Yes, actually, we do. So our YouTube group is called Simply Strange Studios. That's actually the studio that's putting this video game out in particular. And we also have a Twitter, a Patreon, and Facebook page, all under Simply Strange Studios. All you have to do is type it in and you should be able to find us. Our logo looks like this. If I can find it. Woot, woot, woot. So our logo should show up on everything. It should be one of the first things that you see. We tried pretty hard to make sure that we're putting stuff up. I know that the studio has been down up until recently, so there hasn't been a whole lot of updates. That will be changing now that I'm back on doing a lot of this. I will be changing my schedule for my streaming, so don't pay attention to what's on there. I'm going to start doing it probably around 3 p.m. Central Time to 6 p.m. and then from about 10 p.m. to whenever we decide to finish. And that should be most days of the week. I only just got my new schedule. That's why I seem pretty hesitant on some of that. You can also find our website at www.simplystrangestudios.net. Sweet, I appreciate it. Oh my god, my computer is running so slow right now. There it is. Come on. No, I don't want you to download. I don't care about that. Just open the stupid picture. So this is our logo. If you see anything with this on it, that is our group. You will catch not only me, but you will also wind up catching RJ, Ashley, Dark, and a few others. Those are all people on my team. They are freaking awesome. We also have YouTube, I think I said. I don't know. My brain is toast. Again, I'm not usually up at 3 a.m., which is what time it is here. Oh my gosh, I am beyond tired. That's okay though. It is so worth it. I'm Eastern time, so I'm an hour ahead of you. Good to know. I am never very good with the whole time change bit, so a lot of times I just say whatever is my current time, because I have to go look it up every time I'm trying to do meetings and stuff with some of my partners that are overseas. Sweet. we have a lovely rotation here. And now we're going to do the super duper awesome easy part to all of this, because I decided not to do the 3/4. So we're going to hurry up and do the color, because the color is probably the easiest part of all of this, because I made it super duper as simple. Let's go over here. And this is why I was being so careful with where my lines were connecting and stuff like that, because this is how painting is done quickly. save that. Blue settings. There we go. Okay. back, found your channel so I wouldn't forget later. Awesome! Well, we are so glad to wind up having you on. I can't tell you how excited that makes me, seriously. And I do apologize. Sometimes I do get a little caught up in things that happen from day to day. So if I miss a day of streaming and stuff like that, I apologize ahead of time. I do my best to make sure that I'm on when I say I'm going to be on, but, well, life happens. So... there we go. You're fine. Shit happens, or you just need a break. You're human, so no worries. Well, I really appreciate that. Like, truly and honestly. I always try my best to make sure I don't disappoint the people that do come on here and support me. Like you said, I'm human. I am not always good at it, but I do try my best. Let's see. Gradient. There we go. I think there's just a little bit left on here. Now to clean up these last little specks. Whoops. Oh, I almost forgot that part. Nuts. It's a good thing that I went back and took a look at that. Shit. That would have been bad. Well, hi, how are you doing? No, I realize. Well, thanks for the follow! I realized that I almost made a big mistake on here. So, you see how in this picture, how the inside of the ear, you can see the pink and moving down? Well, if you look on what I've designed on here, you'll see that it doesn't have that. So, I caught a big mistake before it became something not good, because I guarantee you it would have been pointed out. Shit. It's an easy enough fix, though. So, for the forward, all I would need to do is go like this. Though I do need to up this opacity, otherwise it's going to be all shaky. There we go. Much, much better. There we go. See what I mean by how much better that looks? Let's turn off the grid. And here we go. This is our character Usagi. Woo! We did a turnaround! Yay! We are done for the night! Oh my god, it took forever! Before I go though, I want to grab... Ah! There it is. We're gonna do something interesting with this before I go. There it is. Control V, Command T. I don't like that there. There we go. And there we go. I do believe it is all finished now. Woohoo! Now we will save this as a test character 3, so that's all updated, and then I will save the JPEG, and we will be done for the night. So, yeah! And I just gotta update the Discord, and it'd be all done. Ouchie. Sweet! Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. Like I said, Lindsley, you have made my night and kept me actually working, so congrats. You have done fantastic. And I will catch you guys possibly later today, tomorrow. Yeah, I'll probably be on around 4 p.m. my time, so 3 p.m. your time. I won't be on for too long, but I will do my best to be there. So I will see see you next time. Bye!